This is The Ramsey Show. You can be intentional about your character. You can have money and a career. You are the hero in your story. Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey personality, is my co-host today. He is a #1 best-selling author. He's also the host of the fastest-growing podcast in the Ramsey Network called The Dr. John Deloney Show, where people call in with mental health questions, relationship questions. We'll take those today, as we always do, and we'll also take questions about your job, your career, and, even your money. Andrew's going to start off this hour in Milwaukee. Hey, Andrew, what's up?
Hi, Dave. Thank you for taking my call. Pleasure speaking with you.
You too, sir. How can we help?
So my question is, I'm in the middle of my baby step 2. I'm hitting it with gazelle intensity. However, I'm also about 1.5 years into my relationship. Both of us we know we want to get married. It's going to happen this year. My question is essentially, how much should I be budgeting for the engagement ring? And when do I buy the ring? Is it my next paycheck, all of that goes to the ring, or is that a sinking fund sometime within this year? The question about how much to budget, I'm basically asking because I know you typically say 1 month's pay. My 1 month's pay is very different compared to base, compared to what I'm making right now in gazelle intensity, getting all the overtime that I am getting.
Okay. Well, congratulations. How old are you?
I just turned 26 2 days ago.
Awesomeness, man. Well, this is fun. What a great time for you. Okay, so your range of 1 month's pay plus base plus hustle is what? What's the bottom end of this idea and the top end of this idea?
So yearly gross base is 80.
Okay.
Right now, gazelle intensity, I'm taking home $3,500 every 2 weeks paycheck.
Okay. All right. So 80 to 120. Okay.
Correct.
And so what does she make?
She currently is between 40 to 50.
What's she do?
She's in between jobs, but she was a director for a music program. Now she's looking to transition to potentially HR. So she'll...
Either one of you grow up wealthy?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, because there's a whole lot of things that go into this. The idea of 1 month is to give folks a guideline, because the retail jewelry store people will tell you 3 months, but that's a crock. You don't need to spend that much. Number two, what I was trying to ascertain is expectations based on her income, how she was brought up, those kinds of things. And there's all these stories and everything about rings and everything else. It's a fun time you're in, for sure. And I want you guys to have fun with the whole process. And so we don't want the ring to be the center of the attention because you went nuts on one side, and we don't want it to be the center of the attention because you didn't spend enough on it either on the other side, right? So that's kind of the balance I'm looking for, just as an old grandpa here. So if I'm in your shoes, probably the $5,000 range is probably going to be fine. That'll buy a pretty dadgum nice ring. I will tell you that diamonds, having bought quite a few of them over the years, because the one I bought when I started, I had to upgrade a couple times since. But anyway, they are completely worthless. And don't let anybody talk to you about an investment. The investment aspect of them is a freaking joke. The only investment is into your relationship and how she feels. Mm-hmm. Okay? But I've got, I don't know, I don't even want to say how much, tied up in diamonds, and I have no expectation that they're going up in value, because they generally don't. It's just a crock, okay? So don't get all caught up in that. The second thing about diamonds you need to know is they're marked up as much as anything we buy. Furniture and diamonds, double. They're double. Okay, so when you walk into the mall jewelry store, it's double what you can get it from a diamond broker for. And so start doing some research and learning, because you can get double for bang for your buck, and you need to learn a little bit about the purchase process, the carat, the cut, the clarity, those kinds of things and what makes a good diamond. But again, don't get all caught up in, one flaw that the naked eye can't see in the thing, and so it's a 2 instead of a 1 or whatever, and because it's not going to matter. If anybody gets their eye down that close to it, they don't need to be looking at it. It's fun to learn. I would just get with somebody in your life that's bought some in the past, or if you can find a great diamond broker in your area that will teach you a little bit, but don't get caught up in and shop around. The last thing is, if you could really get somebody who knows how to put a glass on their eye, the best place to buy one's a pawn shop, because it'll be a third of what you'll find in the retail, and you might buy a piece of glass too and not know what you're buying if you don't get somebody that knows how to put a glass on their eye and look at it with you. So I would be scared to do that if I didn't know the pawn shop owner. Huh?
If I don't know anyone like that, a broker, that's a pretty safe bet.
But again, you got to go in there like you do anything else where you're doing an investment purchase, and you're going in with finding somebody with the heart of a teacher to teach you about it. Okay. And the last thing is this: you're not going to mess this up, because there's absolutely zero research between the correlation of the size of the rock and the success of the marriage.
But there is a lot of research on husbands who take a knee and they propose, and then they follow it up with, and I got this at a pawn shop.
Hey, it depends on who you are and where you get.
If I got mine at pawn shop, my wife would have been so happy. That's incredible. But yeah.
Other people wouldn't. But here's the thing. There may be some inverse relationship. As the rock is too big, the failing of the marriage is predicted. But because it seems to be we're concentrating on the wrong things here, which is the relationship versus the rock.
Has she talked to you about it? Like what she's looking for?
Yeah, I mean, she's given me her expectations, which are, I mean, she's aware of how important it is for me to get out of baby step 2, so she's given me
but I don't
options.
You take a month off and go do this and do it right. But no, it's not a $10,000 purchase in my mind, and it's not a $1,000 purchase.
Okay, so pause baby step 2 to build up $5,000 based on what I'm making, and then buy it, resume baby step 2.
That's what I would do.
There you go. And here's the thing. I know a lot of guys that will have this conversation with the person that they're going to get engaged to, and then the person tells them, hey, this is what I would love. This is kind of what the kind of band I would like. And the guy goes rogue because he thinks, oh, actually, I'm going to get – and so, man, if she's honorable enough to tell you – then listen, man. This is test number 1 for many, many tests to come over the years. Just listen.
I'll just tell you, I don't buy them anymore at all unless Sharon does the design. My wife does not do surprises. Is she not happy with the surprise? Because I'm always wrong. Right. So I just
that's what she's not. She loves surprises. She doesn't like it when you're wrong.
Other ladies like it. They like the you put time and effort into it and so forth. But I've made that mistake a couple times, and I'll never do it again. So no, we don't buy anything shiny without Sharon actually approving being in on it. So you could go that route if you want to go really crazy. This is the Ramsey Show. Look, I love real estate, and I want you to have a house, but I don't want a house to have you. That's why you need to get in touch with Churchill Mortgage to make sure you do this right. These guys are awesome. They'll help you get on a smarter mortgage plan because they're committed to doing what's right for you. That means they check in every year with free consultations to help you stay on the right plan. They show you how to save money and interest so you can build wealth faster. They walk you through the total cost of your loan so you can make the best choice. Basically, they care. That's why we call them Ramsey Trusted. You can achieve debt-free home ownership, and Churchill is here to help. Go to their site, churchillmortgage.com/Ramsey, to start your approval or get more information. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Building wealth is a really hot topic right now. It's all over your social media. It's jamming up your email inbox. It's on the talk shows and podcasts, the late night news. Everyone's got an opinion on how to get rich quick and how crypto or single stocks or zero down real estate, gold, whatever is the way to do it. Oh, and throw in inflation for a big dose of fear on top of your FOMO, right? So in January, we had a huge sold-out event here in Nashville called Wealth Building Live. And we talked about how to build wealth, real wealth. It was incredible. The energy in the room was amazing. And it's so awesome that we want to do it again. So we're hitting the road. We're going to get out there. We're going to meet you guys in person. That's right. The Building Wealth Live event will be on tour in cities across the country this year. The first city on our tour is Orlando. So get ready, Orlando. Join me, Rachel Cruz, George Camel, when Building Wealth Live comes to you May 19th. Also, John Deloney and Ken Coleman will be along with us. We'll be doing some stuff with them as well. Tickets start at just $25, or you can get a 4-pack for only $60. That way you can sign up and bring your friends. That's a good idea. That's a deal. Come on, guys. I mean, seriously. Be sure to sign up for one of these one-night special events, and we'll give you the real story on the quickest, fastest, most sure way to build wealth. RamseySolutions.com/events to buy tickets now. Orlando is on sale now. Ready, set, go. Our question of the day comes from Blinds.com. Find out for yourself why Blinds.com is the #1 online retailer of custom window coverings. You get free samples, free shipping, new promos all the time. You'll save even more. Use the promo code Ramsey, and you'll have the best deal.
Today's question comes from James in Alabama. James writes, I'm in an embarrassing situation. I'm 36 years old, and I'm a hoarder. I have over $50,000 invested into video games, comics, and toys. This is consuming the home that my mother and I live in, which is making her unhappy. I have about $15,000 in debt and earn about $35,000 a year. I'm really starting to wake up after watching your show, and I've been thinking about selling 99% of my stuff and living a simpler life. I just feel lost in the process, and I have trouble letting things go. How can I change my mindset about these things I've collected? Whew, this is tough. Dave, this is one of those challenges that people start trying to solve the immediate problem right in front of them, and you can do that. But something that is going on in James' life, I'm going to guess, is deep-seated, that he needs to go do some hard work. He's 36, still living at home. He's packed up stuff. He's running and hiding. This is a person who's very anxious. And has probably got some childhood trauma that he's dealing with. So when I feel people get in this situation, I just can't break free. I can't break. This person needs to go sit down and talk to somebody.
So the hoarding is the symptom, not the problem.
Correct. Right. It is usually a response.
It almost always is, actually.
Some sort of anxiousness or trauma response, yeah. I've had some stuff go on, and I just start collecting, and I don't want to let go because I might need it. It's preparatory, and all of a sudden you look up and you can't move in your home, right? And this guy...
distinguish for me, because I've got this friend who might be a little bit OCD, and he's got collections of things. I have a collection of water skis. I have a collection of wine. I have a collection of guns. I have a collection of whatever, right? And those things are things I got drawn into, and usually the community around them, and that they represent, and or the memory or something. And so I just enjoyed the process. And they sometimes, not all of them, but some things run their course. Right. Like I used to buy a lot more guns than I buy now. Yeah. But I'm kind of full, so I haven't bought a bunch of guns. I don't buy anywhere near the volume I used to. Right. So I kind of ran its course, so to speak. But what's the difference in a collector and a hoarder?
I would suggest a collector is somebody, like you said, that has a good community. This is something you do. This is something you enjoy. That thing that you're buying doesn't own you, right? Okay. And so I get a paycheck. I can't not go buy this thing. Like, it's an addiction. I see. Right? Okay. And if I said, if Sharon came to you and said, we have to sell some of these guns, your initial response is, I can't do that.
Oh, I see.
Not an intellectual argument, not a well, why would we do that? It's I can't part with this. And so you can look at somebody's house who's a hoarder and say, throw it away. Mm-hmm. You're asking them to peel back layers of security that they've walls that they've built, literally.
I see. Okay.
And so this starts with, man,
So there's even a difference between someone who's a very aggressive, because I can remember like times I've been in a zone, like I got on a hunt for that thing.
Yeah.
Because to complete the collection.
You're a hunter, yes.
And I enjoyed that part of it, but that's different than I can't live without it spiritually.
And you also did it differently when you had resources and finances and when you didn't.
Oh, yeah. It's a very, very small percentage of the world.
Of your net worth, right.
Yeah,
it's not like you made...
Okay, I'm feeling better because I was kind of worried.
Well, if you ever need to unload some of your wine or guns or bourbon, holler at me, and I know a guy. But, so James, here's the thing. I want you to reach out to a friend, reach out to a pastor in your community that you trust, a counselor. Reach out to somebody and say, I'm ready to get well. And this is going to be hard. And you're going to have some stuff you're going to have to deal with. You're going to have to go back and revisit some stuff that's going on in your life. But the fact that you're ready is so good, man. It's hard to get people here.
It feels like if he were to come up under this and start getting well, the result would be the release of these things.
It can be that you just start shedding stuff.
It wouldn't be as much of a tearing.
Right.
It feels like right now there'd be a ripping sound, a tearing sound.
And when that happens is what happens. You'll find somewhere else to plug this. So you can hire a crew to come clean your house out, throw everything away, and that addiction will just jump to something else.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the problem is still under there.
That's right.
Somewhere.
That's right.
So,
but good for you, James.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. I've bought real estate from people that were hoarders.
Yes.
And tremendous problem even getting inside to see the house on the inside. The shame from a true hoarder, someone who's really dealing with a psychological issue to that, the shame around it is unbelievable.
You just called something that's important. A lot of people think I'm a hoarder. And then you go to somebody's home who's a true hoarder, and you go, I'm not
trash.
that.
It's completely, stuff smells.
To the ceiling.
Smells bad.
That's
always smells
right,
bad. It's always nasty. It's
animals. It's different.
It's gross. It's
different.
So gross. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought houses like that, and we had to, entire dumpsters outside after the, maybe even the hoarder had passed away, and we bought it from the estate and gone in and cleaned it out. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing when you go in there.
So anytime you're about identity change, it starts with looking in the mirror and saying, I'm worth more than this. And let's start the healing there. But good for you, James. I'm proud of you, brother.
Yeah, very good stuff. Very good stuff.
Good, man.
Yeah, that's very smart to recognize that. And here's the other thing he did really good that I think is a sign for his healing is he put numbers around this and he started recognizing they were out of balance because he put them in the email.
He did two things that were great.
I make 35, I got 50, and I owe 15.
Yep.
I heard the three numbers.
And I want to sell 99% of this stuff. So he did two things. He put numbers around it, and he took full responsibility.
Yeah.
He didn't say, I have this because of the. He said, this is on me, and I got to make some changes. Where do I start?
Yeah.
And this starts with saying stuff out loud to somebody else.
But still, once he even though that's a really good first rung on the ladder,
That's
he's
right.
still got to get up under it. Otherwise, it's going to just his parts of his he going to leave. He needs to detach from the heart before the stuff leaves.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's a great way to put that.
Wow.
This isn't a matter of just throwing stuff away.
And in America, we've all got, just about everybody's got stuffitis of some kind. If I get that, I'll be happy if I could just get that car. I'll be happy if I could buy those jeans.
Billions and billions of dollars that we have in storage. What is it, billion square foot of storage space?
Yeah, I don't know. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we spend more on storing stuff than most countries' GDP.
That's bonkers, man.
Stuff that we don't use.
Yeah.
We're the only country in the world that when someone moves, they have a box labeled seldom used kitchen items. It's like, I've got I'll be happy when I get that thing from Ronco.
That's the big difference.
The 2 sets of knives.
Can you be happy without that gun? Can you be happy without that car? Would it be cool and nice? Of course it would. Will I still be worth being loved if I don't have that? Yes.
Yeah, I quit buying cars for other people a long time ago.
That's
one of the things going broke. I still got really nice cars. Again, I got really nice cars, but they're for me.
I love that.
It's because I like driving it. And I don't really care whether you like it or not, because I like it.
Yeah.
That's a whole different thing than I used to do in my 20s. Whole different thing. This is The Ramsey Show. Chaos. That's what it can feel like when your business is growing so fast you've outgrown your financial and accounting software. The faster you grow, the more likely you are to lose control of the numbers. And here's the reality. If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. That's why we use NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. Over 28,000 companies use NetSuite by Oracle, including Ramsey Solutions, because NetSuite gives us a single view of everything we need to make daily decisions. Whether you're making a few million to hundreds of millions a year, NetSuite gives you the visibility and control of the things you need to grow, like your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budgeting, and more, all in one dashboard. Go to netsuite.com/Ramsey right now to get their free white paper. Jumpstart your CFO career. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today here on The Ramsey Show. In the lobby of Ramsey Solutions on the debt-free stage, Zach and Becky are with us. Hey, guys, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Better than I deserve. Where do you guys live?
Fargo, North Dakota.
Fargo, North Dakota. It's a bit of a haul to Nashville.
Just a little bit.
Whew. Did you drive or fly?
We flew down.
Flew.
I guess. I hope so. My goodness gracious.
How cold is it there right now?
I don't want to know.
That is a great answer.
Says the guy in shorts in Tennessee. All right, I like it. All right. How much debt did you guys pay off?
$170,000.
Very
Whoa.
good. How long did this take?
4.5 years or so.
Wow. And your range of income during that time?
45 to 105.
Oh, nice jump. Okay, cool. What do y'all do for a living?
I stay at home with the girls, and Zach flies.
Fly. You're a pilot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do a small cargo company, fly UPS freight under contract.
Very cool.
I thought you were a
Good for you.
superhero. That's
I was
fantastic.
thinking, yeah, where's the cape? Yeah. So the $170,000 in debt was what?
Car and student loans.
Whoa, Sally Mae got a big chunk, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, unfortunately.
Flight school.
Oh, flight school. Ah, there it is. All right. Well, she still had to be kicked out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ugly woman didn't need her own bedroom in your house. All right. I like it. Way to go, you guys. How long you been married?
5.5 years.
Okay. So 1 year into marriage, you decide to go gangbuster on this. Tell us about what happened.
During our marriage prep course, we had a financial teacher, I guess, during our weekend retreat thing, whatever. And it happened to be one of Zach's professors that he looked up to. So it was we already kind of know his story and.
Yeah, so he shared his story, and we kind of thought it was really cool, and we kind of dropped it after that for a little bit, and then...
So he kind of had a Ramsey story, or what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
he
Yep.
did the whole thing, and he's.
Oh, okay.
Recommended your Total Money Makeover book. And,
Okay. And you did none of it immediately.
Correct, yep.
Right, because we were still in school, there's not so much we can do,
Yeah.
what we thought.
And what student listens to the professor, Dave?
Exactly. It takes 6 months to brew,
That's right.
Okay. So you're married.
Yes.
A year in. What woke you up? What was like, oh, God, we got to do this?
It was a couple months after we got married. We read the book together.
Oh.
And then just started knocking them out. The first year we were pretty strong, and then I was teaching at the time. We got pregnant. We thought, you can't do this when you're pregnant, so we kind of laid back a little bit, went Dave-ish. We ended up moving to Sioux Falls, South Dakota for 6 months. I stopped teaching because I stayed at home with our oldest daughter, Abby. And Zach started at this current job he has now, but a
Lower
lower on the
salary
total,
and,
lower on the totem pole. We moved back up to Fargo because there was a better opportunity with the job. Now he's kind of the head guy of Fargo, so that's cool. Bumped up our salary, had another kid in the midst, and just kept working on our salary.
Yep. And her brother met with some SmartVestor pros in Iowa, and we're like, oh, well, we should look into that too. And
So stopped the Dave-ish and went Gazelle Intense.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Finally
So,
figured it out. So
Babies and moves, we turn the heat up and down.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
And
exactly.
finally turned the heat up and knocked it
Right.
out.
So then after we met with Tana, our SmartVestor Pro, she kind of kicked us in the pants and
had us set a goal, and we actually knocked that goal out of the water.
All right, there we go.
fantastic.
Game on. Hey, I like it. You got there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got there. I like it. It's a good, and that's a real story. That's not somebody that's too fake to be believed. Y'all
Yeah.
really did this.
Yeah, the last year we paid over 100,000. It was a year and a half, I guess.
Yeah.
Over 100,000.
Wow.
So
the vast majority of it just lately.
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So I've met with a lot of students over the years, and they look at a number this high, and they kind of just quit.
Yeah.
Like, that number's high, and
Yeah.
y'all chipped away at it for 3 years. How'd you keep from getting frustrated and just killing each other?
I mean, we were kind of our
Or
biggest.
just killing him. It was his day.
Right.
Yeah, I'll take the blame on that one.
No one would have ever found him, right?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, it was just kind of, we wanted to see the loan number go down and our money in our pocket go up.
Right. Change the family tree for our girls. So
Give them something to look forward to instead of just a mountain of debt. So that was kind of the big motivating factor, and we just wanted to live our lives instead of paying out to the banks.
So have you had that moment where you've paid off everything and your check is deposited and you get to keep all of that? Have you had that
yes.
yet?
So now it's going towards our house. Well, we had finished our 6-month emergency fund, so now it's just saving for a house that we don't have right now. So it's just there's a lot
Shifting the intensity to
Yeah.
getting
now
rid of our
Well,
money
now
to
it's to
ours.
get something you want instead of getting rid of
Right.
something you hate.
right,
Yeah.
right.
That's more fun.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Good
That's
for you
awesome.
guys. Well done. I'm proud of you. What do you tell people the key to getting out of debt is?
Stick to a budget. We didn't have beans and rice necessarily, but off-brand mac and cheese is really good.
Yeah. I'm with you. All right.
Yeah, sticking to the budget, just keeping an eye on all the little purchases, and
Right, the
it all
little-
adds up.
Yep, the little things make a big difference. We sold a lot of stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Raising our incomes, acted DoorDash for a while. So any little thing helps.
So what do you tell people the key? Okay, at the 18-month mark, you met with the Smart Vista Pro, you set a goal, and that's when the intensity kicked in.
Yeah.
And you never let up during that 18 months and did most of the work during that time.
Right.
Yes.
What do you tell people that key was? What was it that all of a sudden went, okay, fire on, we're
Yeah.
doing this?
I think we were just tired of being the Dave-ish and it's not really going away very fast. We just really need to keep up with the intensity. I think it was Tana that had suggested writing down our debt snowball and putting it on the fridge so you see it all the time. And that didn't really affect him so much, but it was in my face all day long since I stayed home with the girls. And then just having all sorts of charts and stuff that you can color in or whatever, it was helpful for me.
Yeah, anything visual.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
helpful, yeah. Visual's very motivating.
Yes.
And is it
Good.
true that your kids will survive if they don't have everything that they wish?
Yeah. They don't agree with that,
Of
at
course.
the time. But, you have to learn how to say no when you're at the grocery store and they want, all the fancy cereals that are garbage for you anyway. So
It's
There you
actually
go.
gotten to the point we were going to go out to eat one night, and our older daughter, she's like, well, we can't go out to eat. We have to save for buying a house.
yeah, so we were like,
Oh.
well, we have gift cards for that because we have gift cards from Christmas, so.
No,
Okay,
Mom,
it's
no.
okay.
Put the box back.
Now
we
we're
have,
rationalizing to the 6-year-old. Yeah.
we have cereal out of the bag, Mommy.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
way to go.
And she's 3.5, and she's like, we can't have Chick-fil-A. We don't have money for that. We have to save for a house.
Oh, good.
That's perfect. That's so perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
She's going to be listening to my show in a few years. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Way to go, you guys. We're very proud of you. Very impressive. Who were your biggest cheerleaders outside the two of you?
Our girls, I
Yeah.
guess, if it's outside the two of us, yeah.
And her brother was a pretty big supporter, too.
What about the professor? Did he just...
Oh,
Yeah,
he
yep,
was.
and
but
him and Tana.
yeah,
and,
we just didn't see him as often since we left Grand Forks after that. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Does he know you did all this now?
Yes,
Yep.
he's watching right now, I
Oh,
think.
that's
so,
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Dan Malott.
All right, we'll give him a shout out. Very good.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, very
And
cool.
Tana.
Now, this is a life that was changed right here. Well done. I love it, guys. We got a copy of Baby Steps Millionaires for you. That's the next chapter in your story, how ordinary people built extraordinary wealth, how you can too. It's a #1 bestseller and our gift to you. Another #1 bestseller, Total Money Makeover. We're going to give you one of those, and you can give it away to somebody and disturb them the way Prof did for you. That'll be good stuff. So, well done, you two. Very well done. Zach and Becky, Fargo, North Dakota, $170,000 paid off in 4.5 years. Most of it in the last 18 months, making 45 to 105. Count it down. Let's hear a debt-free scream.
3, 2, 1.
We're debt-free! Yeah! What a great couple.
$175,000 is a tall
That's
mountain
a
to climb.
big old mountain, yeah.
It's a big mountain to climb.
And most of it's student loans. I mean, and that's the big topic out there, that it can't be done. It can't be done. Yes, it can.
It can.
Yes, it can. Zach and Becky from Fargo, North Dakota just did a mic drop. Yes, it can be done. They did it, and they're walking social proof that you can too. So
You could do it when you're pregnant. You could do it with a kid. You can do it while you're renting. You can do it when you're trading jobs. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
well, it's just a matter of it has to be front. And I like the front and center thing with the visual.
Yeah.
That just gets in your face, messes with you, constantly reminding you. It's very, very good. It's very good
fantastic.
stuff. This is The Ramsey Show. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Drake is with us in Kansas City. Hi, Drake. Welcome to The Ramsey Show.
Hey, Dave. How's it going?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Well, so pretty much I was lucky enough to live with the best dad anybody could ever ask for. Best friend growing up, all of that. Long story short, he passed away a few years ago and left me a pretty good chunk of money. It's in a trust fund right now. I won't see any of it until I'm 25 years old. I'm a college student right now. I'm 22, so I've got about 3 years left to go. Basically, I have a few ideas of kind of what I should do and how I should save it, investments like real estate and stuff like that down the road. But pretty much, I just wanted to see kind of if you were me or if you were in my shoes, what would be some things you would do with a big chunk like this?
How much is it?
I've got about $550,000 in the 401k, and then about $438 in cash, and I've got about 18,000 of my own right now that I have access to.
Okay. And you're 22. How old was he?
He was 53 when he passed away.
Wow.
So,
What happened?
yeah. Sadly, it was a terminal disease, Lou Gehrig's disease. So it was,
no.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, pretty
That's
rough.
hard, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry
But,
for what
yeah.
you've been through.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate that. But yeah,
a couple of things.
I
I mean, more than anything, you just need some principles to guide you. Okay. Instead of
Okay.
specific tactics, let me give you some principles. Number
Sure.
one principle: go slow. There's no reason to be fast. Number two: don't put money in anything you don't understand. Just because somebody says it, they know this or they know that, or you read an article on the internet, God help you, don't do that. Or because even Dave Ramsey said to do it, don't do it. You don't put money in something unless you understand it. If you understand it, you can learn from people like me to where you understand it, then you can go forward. But just because it's shiny and flashy and cool, and the cool kids are all doing it, does not mean you put money in it. As a matter of fact, that usually means you don't. The other thing you can remember is this: having studied wealthy people for the past 30 years, I find that their investing strategies are, by and large, very boring. They're not super uber sophisticated. They don't do, limited family partnership double backflips. There's no weird stuff. All these things you hear that the rich have secrets, they really don't. They go slow. They know what they put money in. They understand it. They don't put money in something unless they understand it, and therefore they don't lose it, and it generally makes some money. But they're not trying to hit the home run every time. They're just trying to make money on their money. Just steady.
Right.
And so it doesn't matter what you put money in as long as you understand it and you know what it is and you do it. So, so I know a lot about real estate. I grew up in the real estate business. My parents were in the business when I was a kid. I got my license when I turned 18. I'm very, very comfortable with real estate. Consequently, I have a bunch of it. Okay?
Right.
But someone who's scared to death and has never done it or never dealt with a tenant, you would want to go super, super slow, test it a little bit, test it a little bit, test it a little bit. It's second nature for me, though. Okay?
Right.
Same thing with mutual funds. I really do not have any investments personally except mutual funds and real estate. That's all I have.
Okay.
Because I got really comfortable with it. Doesn't have to be sexy or cool. If the cool kids don't like it, I don't really care. I'm not investing for them.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
Dave Ramsey
the
doesn't
big
understand. Dave Ramsey's got several $100 million. Dave Ramsey understands something. Okay.
Right.
So,
Right.
that's just, but that's what I find when I talk to, the person you're talking to. If they've got a little gray hair, it's probably a good idea. Because I was young and rich and lost everything. I didn't want his opinion when I started surveying people about how money works because he was an idiot. He lost everything. That's me I'm talking about. So, but I did high leverage, get rich quick real estate, and it bit me in the butt because I violated a lot of common sense rules. So all of that to say, do that. The last thing I'll tell you is this. In the multitude of counsel, there is safety. And so if I were a 25-year-old millionaire, sudden millionaire, I would build a board of directors for my life. Not that tells me what to do, a board of advisors. I'd have a high-quality insurance broker, an estate planner, a tax attorney, an investment broker, all that I can call and speak to about taxes, about insurance, about real estate, a good real estate person. I'd have a little collection of people that you don't necessarily have to call them all together at any time, but they need to, they're there to advise you with the heart of a teacher. They're not there to tell you what to do. They're not there to be arrogant and act like they're God's gift to whatever. If you sense that arrogance, run from them. But get some teachers in your corner because you have to go slow and you have to invest only in things you don't understand.
And the one thing
you do understand.
The one thing I'd add, Dave, is I didn't understand this until I got older and started having money. Don't use this money to leverage this money to go get some more.
Yeah.
The number of folks who said, "Hey, you want to put 10 in on this, or 25 in on this, or hey, we're all going in to buy this apartment. You want to put 50 in on this?" They like me as a friend, but what they really want is my money to make their picture of what they want to do come true. And it's easy to take that money and think you can parse it out and make a bunch of people happy and make a bunch of money over it. You end up spreading it all out, and you end up you can lose that money quick.
Yeah.
Right.
The only ship won't sail is a partnership. I'm not in any partnerships.
Right.
I own it, or I'm not in it. It's okay. And that means I got lots of friends that do all kinds of stuff like that, but I don't do it. My life is low drama. Very low drama.
Right.
It's just downright boring, and I kind of like it that way.
I like it that way. That's right.
It was intentional. Max is in Canada. Hey, Max. Whoa. Let me try again. There he is. Max is in Canada. What's up, Max?
Hi, how are you doing, sir?
Great. How can we help?
Great. I'm going to try and be as straight and transparent as I possibly can. I'll just give you a little overview first. Right now, I'm just finishing up my last year of university. I'm graduating this May. I have enough funds to be able to pay off my student loans, which I've done, as well as $10,000 for my initial starting emergency fund, I guess, for 6 months.
Way to go.
The one thing I wanted to throw in, too, is I read Ken's Proximity Principle book this summer, and it was an absolute game changer. So if there's any other university students watching or anything, I'd highly recommend that book. My question for you today is I've been able to land a full-time job that I'm going to be starting this summer after graduation. The company currently does not offer anything in terms of retirement matching, and I'm kind of looking at my different retirement options. I know that you recommend about 15%. So I'm looking here in Canada, we have a TFSA, which is similar to a Roth IRA. But that's not a traditional retirement account. How this one works is I can put in $6,000 per year, and that money grows tax-free. I'm wondering, when it comes to retirement, would it make more sense to max that out first before putting money into a traditional retirement account?
We tell folks stateside to do Roth before they do traditional because it grows tax-free. And if I'm understanding what you just presented to me, I'm not an expert on Canadian retirement plans, okay? But if I understand what you just said, this is more of a Roth. It's $6,000 and it grows tax-free. The traditional grows after tax, and I mean it's a pre-tax investment, and it grows with taxation on the whole account, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's just like our plan stateside, the way you described it. It's a traditional versus a Roth. So we always tell people to do a Roth first, because the tax-free growth is going to amount to a whole lot more than the obviously the after-tax effect of the other account. So pretty simple. Sounds like you really got this on the run, Max. Way to go.
And to all the parents out there with little kids, I want you to imagine 15, 20 years from now, your kids in the last semester of college. Do you want them to have a conversation like he just had? How do I start investing my money after I've got my emergency fund? Or do you want them to be making a phone call saying, how do I pay all this student loan stuff off? And that starts when your kids are really young, with some decisions you make, conversations you have as parents. Have those conversations.
Have a plan. There we go. Nicely done. That puts this hour of the Ramsey Show in the books.
Hey, it's John Deloney, co-host of The Ramsey Show. Did you know over 18 million people listen to The Ramsey Show every week? A lot of those people listen on one of our 600-plus radio stations across the country. To find a station near you, go to RamseySolutions.com/show.
This is The Ramsey Show. You can be intentional about your character. You can have money and a career. You are the hero in your story. Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today as we answer your questions about your life, your money, your mental health, your relationships, your job, your career. All of it's on the line right here at The Ramsey Show. Thank you for joining us. Logan is going to start off this hour in Dayton, Ohio. Hey, Logan, what's up?
Hey, Dave, John, how y'all doing?
Better than we deserve. How can we help?
It's an honor to be on the show. I'll get right to it. So I've been watching your YouTube videos online for about 2 weeks now. Kind of a really strange way that I ended up finding it, but I'm very thankful that I did. My parents taught me a lot about finances growing up, so thankfully where I'm at in life, I'm actually on baby step 6. I'm 24 years old.
Wow.
I have a mortgage now with my house in Dayton, Ohio, and I had a question regarding it. Again, I started watching 2 weeks ago, so some of the decisions I made not quite in line. But I got a house in November on a 30-year VA mortgage. So right now I have it financed for $161,000. I have my emergency savings all up. Everything like that's good. But I have $35,000 that is in mutual funds that my parents set up for me for college. I'm in the military, so our college is paid for, thankfully. So trying to find out what I want to do with that. I'm looking at being here between 3 and 5 years in Dayton. So in talking with my parents, a little bit of confusion and trying to figure out what will be the best option. Is it to put that money, onto the principal and just try to knock that down as quick as possible, or to keep it in like a mutual funds because it is growing pretty decently in there.
Well, thank you for your service.
Oh, absolutely. My pleasure.
What do you do in the military?
So I'm in the Air Force. I work, easiest way to describe it would be like military police, so base security.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Good for you. Very nice.
Thank you.
Well, our normal process is we try to determine what the shortest distance between where you are right now and wealthy is. What's the shortest distance? Okay. Mm-hmm. And having studied wealthy people and people that built wealth for 30 years and lots of data on the subject, we have found that the first $1 to $5 million in net worth that people get generally comes from two areas. The wonderful built-up retirement plan, in your case the TSP, and a paid-for house. Those are the two things that we talk to the typical millionaire with their first $1 to $5 million of net worth is usually their paid-for home and their retirement accounts, their Roth IRAs and their 401ks and that kind of stuff. And that's where it is. And so you can try to get there other ways, but we find very few people that do. The number of millionaires that we talked to, and we studied 10,000 of them, that said, I borrowed money on my house and put it into the stock market because the stock market was doing really good, and that made me a millionaire, was really close to zero. Hardly any of them did. Everybody talks about that, and a lot of bad financial advisors recommend that, but it's in real practice, actually finding wealthy people who really did it, there's not many of them. And so that's what I go with. I say, let's get the house paid off and let's build up your retirement accounts. Now, you're going to be moving, but the good news about paying that $35,000 down on your principal is when you sell your house, they're going to give you a check for the equity. It's not like you spent the money. You just moved it over onto the house. Your net worth doesn't change. Right?
Okay. So, yeah, that way, whenever I do move, that's just going towards the equity, and then I'll be able to pull that.
Yeah, and be sure you sell the house when you leave. Don't have long-distance landlording everywhere you get stationed. You end up with a house and a rental property, and you end up with 17 rental properties in the 17 places you were stationed over the last 30 years or something in the military career. But don't do that. That's a disaster. So sell it when you leave, and then you may even rent, depending on how long you're going to be in the next place. But just again, don't go with what they said and I heard. They're the worst financial planners on the planet. Everybody's got a dadgum opinion.
They're the worst mental health practitioners, the worst marriage counselors, the worst pet owners.
It's like, the current version of going to the old school barbershop, like Floyd's on maybe RFD, right? And you sit around with a bunch of old men, and they're all going to tell you how to do something that they don't know how to do.
Yep.
And the current version of that's Googling it.
Except that barbershop had some
common sense.
Well, they looked at the guy down the way and said, "You're an idiot. You don't tell that boy that." And then they would say, "No, you don't tell." You could hear it back and forth. Google tells you exactly what you want to hear.
Yeah, and if you get sick, the last thing you need to do is Google it. Because it will scare you.
Because you're dead.
It's always you're dying of whatever it is.
You're dead.
And there's also a natural homeopathic answer for whatever you've got.
Essential oils. Death and essential oils.
Death, essential oils,
special
and homeopathic witch doctors. Yeah, there's it's something everywhere, man.
Dave, letters we're going to get by the essential oil people.
I don't really care. I mean, it's okay if you want to do those things.
They're gonna poke pins in a doll.
But you can do whatever you want to do. But the thing is. Yeah, so that's it. They said and I heard. Don't, when broke people are giving you financial advice, run.
Or did.
It's a good rule right there. Run! David's in San Antonio. Hi, David. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Great, man. What's up?
Hey, my wife and I are in a bit of a conundrum. We don't know what to do, and we're hoping for some guidance. We, 7 years ago, purchased our dream home and built it. And then life happened, and I got a job across town, and we got another home, and we didn't sell the dream home. We continue to rent it. It's been a rental for about 4 years now. Our primary home we owe $370 on, and our rental home we owe $320. And our tenant has been in that house for 2 years, is requesting to purchase it for fair market value. We got a CMA done, and she's willing to give us that the CMA price.
How much?
And also willing to not use realtors. $480.
Okay, so you got $100,000 coming your way.
After taxes and everything, our tax guy said we'd looking at about $130.
Okay. All right. Good.
And the deal is the wife wants to sell and put $120 or $130 down on the house, our primary home, and recast the loan and save some money. I am looking at wanting to continue renting it and hoping I can sell it for $200 or $250 or $300 profit.
What's your household income?
About 170.
Okay. If you're going to keep it, develop a plan to pay it and your home off within 5 or 6 years. Let's get with it and get it cleaned up. If you're going to sell it, you don't need to recast your mortgage. Just throw it at the mortgage, and then let's get your mortgage paid off as soon as possible, and then save up and pay cash for the next rental. Because this didn't become a rental by plan, it was by default. You did not buy this house to be a rental. You ended up with it being a rental. So is it a good rental? I don't know. You can decide that. But if you're going to keep them, you got to get them paid off now. Get with it.
Still on baby step number 1, eh?
How'd you guess?
With healthcare costs rising, learn how Christian Healthcare Ministries can help you make the most out of your budget. Visit chministries.org/budget.
Don't worry, it's worth it.
Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Mattia is with... Oh, no, it's Darcy's up. I'm sorry. Mattia, you're up next. Darcy's up in Washington, D.C. Hi, Darcy. How are you?
Hi. I am so excited to be speaking to you guys. Thank you guys so much for your help.
Sure. What's up?
Okay, I'll make a long story short here. I am 33 years old. I am not married. I have no kids. I'm in baby steps 4 and 6. And my question is, what should I do with an extra $2,000 to hit my 15% retirement goal if I can't do a backdoor Roth due to the pro rata rule?
So you got an aggregation problem. You got too much in the traditional?
I do. I have about $80K in a traditional IRA.
Yeah. Okay. You can just drop it into a mutual fund. I mean, that's all you need to do. The point is just to try to make sure you're saving into something. What I do in non-retirement mutual fund investing is I invest in what's called a low turnover mutual fund, which means they don't sell the stocks inside the mutual fund very often. And hardly at all, like a 5% turnover ratio would be called a low turnover mutual fund. A good example of that is just an S&P 500 fund. Your SmartVestor Pro can hook you up with one, or you can just go buy a S&P 500 somewhere. They're non-commission, no-brainer. You don't have to. There's nothing to it. You just buy it and hold it, because as the money grows, you don't pay taxes on it. Like a rental property, you don't pay taxes on the value increasing until you sell it.
So if you're churning inside that fund all the time, you're always paying taxes on that sale?
Exactly.
Okay.
And if they buy and hold the stocks inside the fund and you hold the fund, then you got capital gains growth.
Okay.
Meaning you don't pay taxes on it until you sell it.
So what you just mentioned aggregation. I didn't understand half the words you used. What does that mean? What's that mean?
Okay, that's a rule that the IRS has that does not allow a Roth IRA or backdoor Roth IRA if you have a large, as a percentage of your world, a large traditional IRA.
Okay.
So another thing you could do, you could start to move some of that traditional over to Roth and pay the taxes on it. That would have the same effect. But I really wouldn't do that until you got your house paid off. I think you're probably just putting some money in a mutual fund will make it easy enough. Mattia is with us in Eugene, Oregon. Hi, Mattia. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. What's up?
All right, so I am 18 years old. I recently live on my own. I have an income, but the majority of that goes to paying all of these financial bills I now have. I am currently in college and about to graduate with my associates. But because of all the recent events, I don't have the money to pay for college, and I don't want to just stop going until I have the money because I'm so close. So kind of hoping for some guidance.
this sounds like you suddenly left home.
I did, yes.
Why?
I had a very bad living situation with my parents at home, and I needed to get out.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Are you safe now?
I am, yes. Now I live on my own. No one knows where I live, so it's kind of nice.
Okay. That's not a bad thing. Well, it is a bad thing that you've had to go through this, but I mean, it's a good thing that nobody knows. So, what do you make?
I make an average of $1,600 a month between two jobs. On a good month, it can be like $1,800 or $1,900.
What do you do?
I am a part-time nanny and part-time barista.
Okay.
What are you going to school for?
General studies, but focus in psychology.
Okay.
And you're almost through with your associates?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you got the money to finish that?
I do not. No.
Okay.
Almost as in like I could. It's a long associates because I started when I was pretty young and I didn't take a full load of classes. So I would say like by fall term I would be graduated.
Okay. All right. Okay. Rule number 1 is not college. Rule number 1 is existence, sustainability, food, shelter, clothing, transportation, utilities. In the 8th grade, when I was in school, we called that necessities. Okay? And so that's the main thing you have to do right there. Until you get that done, we don't think about the other. And if you delay college, whoop-de-doop-de. You're 18, you're safe, you got time, you'll get there. But your big thing is safety and security, meaning that you have a place to live, you have food, you have the lights on. Okay? Because what you're going through is very scary. I mean, albeit terrifying. Am I wrong? What?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
Yeah. And so let's just pretend for a second. My brains work is if we could get your income from $1,600 to $3,000 and you didn't go to school, I think you could breathe a little better. And then let's start talking about how we get back to school.
Okay.
I mean, what if you made $4,000 in a month but you didn't go to school? You'd feel better than being terrified and going to school.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And we're not going to do that as a permanent way of life. I believe in education, and I want you to have a track that you're on to have a career that's not a barista, okay? A long-term, you don't want to be a 48-year-old barista. You want to move on. You want to have a career, right? You want to become, whatever it is you want to become, and I want you to get there, but I want to do that from a place of strength, not a place of terror. John?
Yeah. Matea, can I be real honest with you?
Yes.
What you've done so far is very brave. And few people have the strength and bravery to do what you did, which is to keep yourself safe, even though it meant going off on your own. And this is a moment when people in your situation bury themselves in short-term decisions that will haunt you for years and years and years. Okay? So hear me say, commit now. I will not borrow money. I will no longer be trapped by anybody. And you just escaped one situation. Don't jump into another thing. Okay?
Agreed, yes.
You are 18, about to finish your associates. You're 2 years ahead of everybody. Okay? So slow down and become safe. Become safe. You, honey, are worth more than $1,600 a month. You just are. You work hard. You're so far ahead. I can tell you're a hard worker. You're brave. You're strong. You can do really hard stuff. I want to see you get a job where you're working full-time and then go into your associate's degree in the evenings or in the mornings. You can figure that out. I know you can. And you made a big grown-up decision, and you're going to have to work real hard, okay? This is going to be hard the next couple of years.
A full-time nanny might make $3,000 to $4,000, right?
It depends on the need. I live in I'm just nannying for a family. I've been with them for a couple of years.
I know.
So.
You're a babysitter.
Yeah.
I want you to change to a nanny and make $3,000 a month.
Okay.
market yourself there. And this family,
double your income.
Yeah, this family probably is your safety lifeline. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, they are. I actually have a boyfriend. We're planning to get married sometime this summer as well. So.
Okay. I want you to get somebody that is an adult that you can sit down and talk about all your plans with. Because right now you're running, and I don't want you to run into a marriage you're not 100% in on. I don't want you to run into student loans just to finish. I don't want you to run into a job that's paying you half of what you're worth. Right now you're just running for your life. And I want you to run or walk to an adult, 1 or 2 or 3 people in your life that you can sit down and say, here's what I'm thinking. And they'll go, oh, honey, slow down.
Make your school decision, make your career decision, make your marriage decision from strength. And John and I are saying that you're probably not feeling super strong right now. So any of those 3 decisions right now are really, really tenuous. I'm not saying you shouldn't get married. I'm not saying you shouldn't finish school. And I'm not saying that you're not going to have a career. But I think you need to get a financial strength, a sustainability, and then go, oh, from strength I'm going to decide to get married, not from weakness. This is the Ramsey Show. In the lobby of Ramsey Solutions on the debt-free stage, Kathleen is with us. Hey, Kathleen, how are you?
Hello. I'm nervous.
That's okay. We've never lost a patient. You're going to make it.
That sounds good.
You're going to make it. Where do you live?
I live in Spring, Texas.
Cool. Did you grow up there?
No, I'm from up north, and then I went down there. I was recruited to teach.
Oh, very good. What do you teach?
I'm a school administrator now. I've lived in Texas for 33 years.
Okay, well, you're a Texan then.
I'm a Texan.
Once you've been there 33 years, they make it official somewhere around then, I think.
I guess
how long
with
is
the
it
3
done,
children,
John, before you?
It's about 30 minutes. Once you're in, you're...
Oh, 30 minutes.
Yeah, they jump you in, and
really?
you've got the tattoos. We know. You're in.
Okay, all right. That's it. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
How much debt did you pay off?
I paid off $74,400.
Way to go. And how long did this take you?
17 months.
Wow.
Whoa.
And your range of income during that time?
I make about $100,000, and with my side hustles, I made $32,000, so
Up to
about $132,000.
Okay, cool. What's your side hustle?
I started Uber Eats. I did that for a while, and then I got into umpiring with my boyfriend. So we started umpiring. We do that all the time. And then I had kids that moved back home, so I decided that they could help pay for the mortgage.
Why not? That's a good thing. So what do you umpire?
Softball.
Softball.
Girls softball.
What age?
Anywhere from 6.
Organized sports to umpires.
No, sir. No, sir.
That has been
we could solve the Ukraine crisis pretty quick, man, if we send
that has been a truism since
Little League
time
parents
began.
overseas.
Yeah, wow.
If you're behind the plate, you take your mask off at times and just kind of stare them down.
Yes. And they look at the floor, the ground, and they're like, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
You're out.
That's right.
Throwing them out. I love it.
So
This
what's
is
it
great.
like? What's it like being an administrator of a school and then hopping out of work and then going to do Uber Eats? Did you ever show up to the house of a student?
No. I have made sure that I have delivered in a different area.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that could be
That's
weird.
that's
That'd be
humbling.
Weird. That'd be weird.
That's putting it all out there.
Yeah. All right. So what kind of debt was the $74,000?
It was personal loan. I had medical loan that I paid off. I had my ex-husband's student loan that I still had to pay off because I co-signed on it, which I would recommend never ever doing. He passed away, but I still paid it off. And just kind of a collage.
Oh wow!
So I had about $64,000, but in that time, as I was Uber eating and different things like that, I had a car accident. Somebody ran into me and drove off, so I had to purchase a new car within that time. And then also, my youngest got married.
Oh wow! Okay.
So we cash flowed $11,000.
Okay. Wow! You
Or I did.
covered a bunch of stuff. Yeah. So what inspired you to do all this 17 months ago? What was the story? What started you?
Met a man that's sitting over here, and he's always been my cheerleader. He's lived the Dave Ramsey baby steps forever, and he just kept on encouraging me, that this is the way we do it. We would go do things or go places, and we always listened to the Ramsey Show and all the time. And he just told me once, he said, hey, send me your finances, through email. Let's set up a payoff quote and everything, a program for you. And I was like, no, I don't talk about finances. I don't want to talk about finances because I didn't think it was ever possible. Even though you hear all these people say it, I just didn't think it was possible. And I said, okay, well, here's my finances. And I walked out the door, and he's like, you don't want to talk about it? I'm like, no. But finally, he called me that evening, and we talked about it. And he showed me how it was possible and how I would start with the snowball effect and how I would pay a little bit on one, and then I would pay that off, and then I add that to another one. And he had a spreadsheet all made for me of my income and what I would pay off and how I could do it. And
I mean, you were spoon-fed.
He was.
This is straight up. I mean, he just did it for you. This is awesome.
Yes,
and
he did all
and
of it.
17 months later, you're free of something you didn't think was possible.
Correct.
Wow.
But my paychecks would come in from Uber Eats on Tuesdays, like I would never take the cash out on it.
Yeah.
So in Mondays, I would take my money from softball and I would go deposit it in the bank. So I would make one payment on Mondays from softball, and then I make my Tuesday payments for my Uber Eats. So if I didn't have softball on the weekend, then I was doing Uber Eats. I did either Uber Eats or I did league ball softball during the week.
How far into the 17 months did you go, oh, wait a minute, this is going to work?
I would say it took about 6 months, honestly.
Really?
Because, I kept on thinking, I got some things paid off, but I don't know. The smaller ones, I thought, well, okay, that was just $1,500.
You just trusted him to put the system in place, and then you trusted his systematizing.
He was a huge cheerleader for me.
Yeah.
Just a huge motivator and cheerleader.
Because you weren't sure it was going to work. In 6 months, you did it anyway.
I kept on doing it. I enjoyed what I was doing. Being an administrator, I'm not in the classroom anymore. So really being out there on the ball field with the girls and everything like that, that's turned into be a passion for me. Just being with them and stuff. Not the parents, but the girls. And
somebody's got to care for those kids. Right?
And so that's been really fun, just being out there and doing it. So I would say maybe 5 to 6 months. But when I got my car paid off, I think that's when I was just like, oh my gosh, I got that paid off. And that was the biggest one. I remember that was in January.
How long has it been since you were completely debt-free? How many years ago?
Too many.
Like when you started your working life, probably, huh?
Probably.
Probably had debt your whole adult life.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What kind of freedom did you experience when you paid off that student loan? Because that's wrapped up into some other feelings, into loss and all that. There had to have been a cathartic moment of goodbye.
It was. It was pretty unreal, and it's really weird. But the month I did it was also the month that my youngest got married. And so my ex-mother-in-law was here, and and I told her, and so it was really rejoicing.
Yeah.
I have to give her a shout out. She told me, she said, Kathy said, I told you all about Dave Ramsey 30 years ago, and you never listened to me, and yada, yada, yada.
Oh, what a mother-in-law. I told you so. I told you so.
What an ex-mother-in-law.
That's right, yeah.
But, she was there for the wedding.
That's
and just all that. So
yeah,
it was a big release, and it was a big accomplishment. Now I just hope my kids follow in my footsteps, and they learn before I did.
Yeah, amen. Amen. Way to go. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
Good work. Good work. Very well done. Okay, now when you back up and you look at the whole process, what do you tell people the key to getting out of debt is?
Having that budget and sticking to it. And then when you do your side hustles, really making sure you're taking that money and you're putting it towards your debt. So you're putting that towards whatever you're paying off at the time. I think that was the biggest thing. Of just any extra money I had, then you just put it towards that debt.
That speeds everything up substantially.
Very much so.
Incredible.
17 months later, she's free. Just like that. Boom. Changes everything.
Everything.
You don't meet a lot of really great Longhorns, man, but this guy's done all right. He's decked out, Dave. He's decked out in all his gear. He went to the wrong Texas college, but I applaud him. He did a good job. Job.
He's done a wonderful job.
Now that you're free, how's it feel?
It feels fantastic. I've saved money, so I've started on, building up my next step. and my financial security. But I've also taken some of the money to do some fixes on the house that I needed to do, just kind of making sure that everything is working order.
Good for you.
So
well done.
It's been wonderful.
Well done. We got a copy of Baby Steps Millionaires for you. We want that to be the next chapter in your story. Go on and be a millionaire now.
Thank
You're
you.
on your way.
Thank you.
You're on your way. How ordinary people built extraordinary wealth and how you can too. Also a copy of the Total Money Makeover book that 8 million people have now read. You can give that to one of your kids maybe. Maybe get the one that just got married. Maybe get them moving in the right direction.
Will do.
So good stuff. All right, it's Kathleen from Spring, Texas. $74,000 paid off in 17 months, making $100 to $132 with the side hustles. Count it down. Let's hear a debt-free scream.
3, 2, 1. I'm debt free.
Yeah! I love it. This is the Ramsey Show. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Open phones at 888-825-5225. John's new book, Own Your Past, Change Your Future, is on pre-sale. The not-so-complicated approach to relationships, mental health, and wellness, dealing with all kinds of trauma, getting connected to a community, change your thoughts and actions. So here's the thing, John, that we're experiencing with the sale of the book. The book is selling like hotcakes, by the way. And if you want to pre-order the book, I'll go ahead and tell you, you can get it for $20. And what comes with it is pretty incredible. A month of weekly one-on-one therapy through our partners at Better Health is included. That's an unbelievable deal. The Better Health people really believe in John, and as we do. But boy, they have really stepped up and made this pre-order purchase the bargain of the century right now.
Hey, and here's why that's important, Dave. For years, the last several years, there's been a shortage. People, they get the courage up to say, "Hey, I want to go get an appointment with a local counselor, with a local therapist," and
can't get in.
You get put on a 6-month wait list. And we're talking about an article that came out today talking about the wait list across the country. And the BetterHelp, their guarantee is someone will call you within 24 hours. And so my fear was someone's going to close this book and say, all right, it's time, and I got some stuff I got to deal with. Not everyone who reads this is going to need therapy, but there's time. And then
guaranteed, if you read this book, you'll be in therapy.
That's right. But they're going to pick it up and then go, cool, in 8 months I'll get back on that. So, man, that BetterHelp deal is
what it
incredible.
does do is it does wake you up and go, there's a chance that I don't have to live with the mental issues I'm dealing with.
That's right.
I can get past those. I need some help.
Starting today.
I need some help, and this BetterHelp thing helps you get it done.
Incredible. Yeah.
I
love it.
So
really grateful for them.
The whole premise of the book and it is just to change the story.
Yeah.
The story, the stories of our life, as you wrote, good and bad, are how we operate in our brains. And you can be set free from some of the bad stories that keep running. They're on loop in our brains, aren't they?
They're on automatic response over and over and over. Yeah, and you can just even realizing that's what's happening, and it doesn't have to be this way. And then you can. The challenge there is, then what do I do? And that's what we walk through.
Yeah. Own your past. It's there. We're not going to deny it.
It happened. Change your future. You don't have to be what happened to you. Hey, and I found out today, I didn't even know this was going out today, but they uploaded, so if you go to my normal podcast, the Dr. John Deloney Show, they released today as a special release the first chapter of the audiobook as a podcast.
The bonus.
So you can go check out if you want to. If you're interested, I'm thinking about, I don't know, the first chapter of the audiobook's been released today with the podcast, and so you can go check it out.
As read by the author.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? And this is the first audiobook that I wrote the foreword and I actually voiced the foreword.
Oh, yeah?
It was strange.
That is strange.
I don't know who voiced the forewords in the other ones I wrote, but it's the only one I've ever voiced.
Probably Kelly. She did it. No one even knows.
Yeah. Well, nobody reads the foreword. That's why nobody cares.
Yeah.
But all I said was it's a great book. You should read it or something like that. So dash forward. Yeah. So Own Your Past, Change Your Future by Dr. John Deloney, the latest or the newest or the soonest, the next #1 bestseller. It's not yet because it's not out yet technically, but it is on pre-sale. You can get it at RamseySolutions.com and get yourself signed up. And man, you get you get the ebook and the audiobook all as part of the package, along with a month of free one-on-one weekly therapy through our partners at BetterHelp. Dave is with us in Indianapolis. Hi, Dave. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. What's up?
Hey, I just had a few quick questions. So I've been saving for a home for what seems like a very long time. I'm 33 years old. I was just recently married last year. My wife is 27. And I have a 13-year-old son. We just purchased a house this year. I paid it off, and I have zero debt. And I was just wondering, what would your next step be? I need a plan and a path for my future.
Okay, so you're 100% debt-free?
Yes.
And your household income is what?
46.
Okay, very well done, sir.
Wow, man.
Very well done. Okay, there's only three things you can do with money. You can invest it to create more money, you can give it in generosity, and you can enjoy it. You should always do all three. And you can decide the percentages because you have done an incredible job and have set yourself up to win. But I would not recommend giving all of your income away, but I would always give some of it. I would not recommend investing all of your income, but I would always invest some of it. And I would not recommend consuming or enjoying all of your income, but I would consume and enjoy some of it. So what are you going to do with it?
Well, I did purchase a house. It's not my dream home. It needs a lot of fixing. So
the one you're living in?
Fixing that. Yes.
Okay. Oh, so you're going to have to spend some money on the house.
Yes.
How much?
I have no idea. Probably at least 10 or 15,000.
Okay. Well, just put that in your budget, man.
Okay.
That's one of your new payments. You pay yourself for the renovation.
Okay. I just paid it off last week, so that's kind of what I was thinking. But
yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations, man.
Absolutely, and that's part of your enjoyment money, and then part of your money is investing, and part of your money is generosity. And just keep on, man. You're doing a great job. Very well done. Wow.
Yeah, and man, I've heard this call more often than I would have thought, where someone crosses a major milestone and they kind of have this moment of feeling untethered. I just let the ski rope go and I'm kind of all over the place. Just get a new plan. Just be intentional about what comes next, right? Whether it's saving for your house, retirement, give a chunk of money away, go do something fun, go on a vacation. You paid your house off, man. Celebrate. Don't let this paralyze you.
Yeah, here's the thing. If you will write it down, that this much is going to this much is going to A, this much is going to B, this much is going to C, whatever it is, the simple written out formula, that's what we do with our money. All right, I just opened my mail before I came down here a while ago. I got a check from the publisher from an old book years ago, but it's a nice little check, still selling. And I know exactly where that's going to go. I did not know that check was coming, and I did not know exactly how much it would be if I had known it was coming, because we don't know till we get the statement in on the royalties, right? But I do know exactly what percentage of it is going to generosity. I know what percentage of it is going to enjoyment, and I know what percentage of it is going to further investing, and because it's all preset on every dollar that comes into the Ramsey's household these days. And so, and then within each of those categories, here's how generosity looks. We do that through the foundation in our case, and we tithe. We're Christians, so we give 1/10 of our income to our local church. And here's how the investing looks. I'm going to buy real estate. I'm going to pay mutual funds. I got this next project I'm working on over here. I'm building up for, and over here's some enjoyment. Here's something Sharon wants to do, and something we want to buy at the house or do something, and go on a trip or whatever. And so it's all laid out. It's all laid out. It's kind of boring. But it's all very, very intentional. No one wins by accident.
Right.
And then says, look, I won. How did that happen? They all go, it was a series of progressive, incremental decisions, intentional decisions that cause you to win.
That's right.
That's what winning always looks like in mental health, in marriage, in parenting, in business, in money.
If we could convince the world that the path forward is boredom and consistency, just doing it over and over again, we'd win.
Systems.
Just create a good system. And just keep going.
One of our buddies wrote a book that's been on the number one, on and off number one, and on and off. It's been hanging out on the bestsellers for about a year, Atomic Habits.
Well, it's a couple years old now. Yeah,
James Clear. And that's all he talks about. He says, people don't win because they set goals. They win because they systematically work incremental progress, atomic habits, small habits, a series of small habits in a constant process to take you towards your goal.
And you rise and fall to the level of your system.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And so you can have all the goals in the world, but if your house is full of Twinkies, you don't have a gym equipment, it's going to be tough for you.
You can lift Twinkies.
Can into the mouth. Over and over. But yeah, it's about your systems, man. Set yourself up for success.
Keep in mind, those Twinkies will last 500 years.
Which is exactly, in and out of your stomach.
Which is exactly why you should not ingest
That's
them.
Right.
Yes. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey, it's John Deloney, co-host of The Ramsey Show. Did you know over 18 million people listen to The Ramsey Show every week? A lot of those people listen on one of our 600-plus radio stations across the country. To find a station near you, go to RamseySolutions.com/show.
This is The Ramsey Show. You can be intentional about your character. You can have money and a career. You are the hero in your story. Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today as we answer your questions about your life and your money, your relationships, your mental health, your jobs, and your careers. This is The Ramsey Show. We're glad you're here. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Chad is in Minneapolis. Hi, Chad. Welcome to The Ramsey Show.
Thanks for having me on.
Sure. What's up?
So I'm in kind of step 5/upgrade to 6. Quick backstory: I've got a $130,000 paid for home with $100,000 in the bank, and we'll be looking to upgrade here recently or in the future. I think I might have had the question, but my salary was about $110,000, and then through some restructuring negotiation within my organization, I got up to $120,000 salary with I got a $30,000 bonus and a $12,000 car allowance. So that brings me up to about $160,000. There's not any income restrictions on having a designated Roth 401k through my employer, is it? Or is that just through IRAs?
No income restrictions, only on IRAs.
Okay. So that sort of solves that one. My one question there is because I'm going to be looking to upgrade my house.
You're single, right?
I am engaged. So we've got 6 kids together. So it's a very busy household. So we need a little more room to grow.
You got 6 kids and you've been too busy to get married?
No. So I have 4 children from a previous marriage, and she has 2 from a previous marriage.
I thought you had
So
6 together. You're just trying to still feeling it out a little bit to see if this is the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. But I'm going to be receiving a check from. I never took care of it through the divorce of about $28,000 through a QDRO for my ex's pension. Does it make sense to
that you can roll? That you can just roll to an IRA.
Right, but is it very anti-Ramsey to pay the penalty, get that in cash, so I can have a larger down payment on a bigger house?
It doesn't really matter if it's anti-Ramsey. It's just you're going to give the government a whole big pile of money that I wouldn't do. I mean, it's not a Ramsey thing. It's you're going to give the government 30%. You're borrowing extra down payment money at 30% interest.
Right.
No, I wouldn't give the government 30% of my money.
If I would have earned that money, I would have paid that same.
Yeah, but I have a pile of money. I have the opportunity to borrow money at 30% interest to put more on my down payment on my house. I think I'll pass.
And you didn't earn it.
Yeah.
Like, if I got hit by a meteor, I'd probably do things differently today, but I didn't, right? So you didn't earn the money, and so I wouldn't. Would you take out an additional small loan at 30% to put a down payment on your house?
No.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Same thing, man.
Same math.
Yep.
So, yeah, just roll it to a traditional, max out your Roth, a 401k over at work, or up to 15%, and then save like a crazy person and finish up your down payment. Get the down payment as big as you can get it. You're heading in the right direction. So
I know it feels like you had a pile of money coming, and it was going to feel so good.
It's not.
It's just not.
No, you're going to give a pile of money to the government if you do that, and we don't give money to the government. It's not a Ramsey thing, though. It's just a math thing. It's not.
You stole that principle from math, Dave.
You're full of one-liners on this particular call. I'm just saying. Cubana is with us in Baton Rouge. Hey, Cubana, what's up?
Hi, Ramsey. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. How can we help?
Oh, okay. So my husband and I, we opened up a company back in May of 2021, and I wanted to know, how can I make sure that our personal and business finances is ready for the tax season?
Okay. Back in May of 2021, I would have started this. If you haven't, you're going to have to go back and do it starting now. Does the company have a separate checking account that you only do business out of?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If you only put business money or income into that account, and you only paid business expenses out of that account, and you didn't do it anywhere else, that account, the income and outgo of that account, will show what your business has done, because it shows your revenue and it shows your expenses, and what's left is called profit.
It does, but honestly, I never really looked at it because I didn't know what to look for, and I recently started looking at it when I found you on YouTube, I think, or maybe it was an influencer on Instagram, I'm not sure, but I started looking and I was getting a little insecure about the numbers, because I know we have an audit coming up in May for the company, what is it called, workers' comp.
Oh, a workers' comp audit.
Staff agency.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, I wouldn't be freaked out about it. Jump online at RamseySolutions.com and click on ELP. It stands for Endorsed Local Provider. Find a tax person there in Baton Rouge that we endorse. They probably also do small business bookkeeping, and you'll be able to pay them a fee to untangle your barrel of fish hooks. So basically, you got like 3 ski ropes all wrapped together and twisted up, and that's all of your numbers, but they're all there. They're all in the barrel. We just got to get them out and untangle them and show your proper income, your proper expenses, and your proper profit. And that'll also help you get your taxes ready for 2022, and it'll set you up perfectly for your workers' comp audit, so you can know what to pay properly on the workers' comp. It should, if you have all your expenses in there, in that account or anywhere where you can get your hands on them, then you can go back and develop a profit and loss statement for the 6 months of 2021, and that's really what needs to happen. And a bookkeeper can help you do that. It's really 6th grade math and organization is all it is. It's not a super difficult intellectual exercise. Anybody can do it. It's just a matter, you got to get all the expenses for each month, categorize them by category, all the income for each month, categorize it by category. The difference in the two is your profit. And if you do that 6 times for 6 months, you have your income statement or your profit and loss statement for the year 2021 since you opened in around June 1st of 2021, and you'll be there. But if you need some help, you can pay somebody a few $100s if the company's making money to do it for you. I personally can't stand to do that kind of stuff. It drives me nuts. So it's one of the first things I'd pay somebody else to do. But I know how to do it. I just don't want to do it. I'm just lazy in that way. I don't want. It's just ugh. It's ugh. Yeah. But if you want to do it, we have people that we can hook you up to do the ugh. Right? That's how it works. This is the Ramsey Show. If you're looking for ways to update your home without blowing the budget, I've got it. For years, I've been telling you about our friends at Blinds.com. Blinds.com makes it simple to shop top quality blinds, shades, and interior shutters from home with easy online ordering and free shipping. With Blinds.com, there's no need to renovate your entire home. Just change out what's on your windows with upscale choices like faux wood blinds, cellular, and roller shades, or even outdoor shades. Plus, Blinds.com guarantees the perfect fit, whether you do it yourself or you have them measure and install everything for you. Shop their latest looks and see how much you can save at Blinds.com today. The easy and affordable way to make your home more beautiful is Blinds.com. Seems like January 1st is 2 years ago. How are your resolutions going? If you're like most people, you hit it hard in January, and by Valentine's Day, they were done. Well, you can reach all of your money goals this year, but it takes accountability. It takes intentionality. It takes a plan to get them done. And you get all of this by joining a Financial Peace University class. You'll go through our proven money plan with other people who will help you stay motivated. They'll hold you accountable. They'll encourage you because they're trying to get out of debt and build wealth just like you are. Financial Peace University classes are both in person and they're online. There's no excuse not to give this a try. You can get back on track with your money goals. Almost 10 million people have been through this class and have had successful results, not only getting out of debt, but many of them have gone on to become baby steps millionaires following the baby steps. That's where we wrote the #1 best-selling book from. So get started for free, a free trial for Financial Peace University at RamseySolutions.com/FPU. That's RamseySolutions.com/FPU. Adam is with us in Atlanta. Hi, Adam. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me.
Sure. What's up?
So I've made some pretty dumb mistakes, and I'm pretty terrified of making some more. So I was hoping I could get some advice on, I guess, how I can move forward with getting a house. I've got some car debt from some pretty stupid mistakes. Been there, done that. Trying to get rid of it now. I've got about $20,000 in savings that I could either use to dump into the car debt and try and get rid of it as fast as possible, or do I try and keep building off of that to get enough for a down payment for the house?
Cool. Good. That's a good question. It's a valid question. How old are you?
I am 29.
Okay. And you're fairly new to this whole Ramsey stuff, right?
I've been around it a lot, but pretty much ignored it most of my life.
Okay.
But
No, that means you're new to it.
trying to get started now.
That's okay. That's okay. It's all good. And what do you make a year?
I'm right around $105,000 a year.
Good for you. And you're single?
I am.
Okay. What do you owe on the car?
Right around $38,000.
Okay. Is that your only debt?
I kicked my student loans to the curb last month. They are gone now.
Way to go.
Yeah, the car's it. The car is it.
All right. Well, there's two ways to go at this, okay? The fast way to get a house is dump the car and get you a cheap car, and pay cash for it. The slow way to get a house is get the car paid off and then save up your down payment. I tell people, and there's a reason for this. It's not just because I don't want people to. Here's the thing. I want you on a house. I grew up in the real estate business. I love real estate. I think owning real estate is an essential part of building wealth long term. So I do want you to get a house. I just don't want the house to get you. And when you have a $38,000 car debt, you don't need a house till you get that mess cleaned up, okay? Because it's going to bite you in the butt. So I want you to have. Here's the thing. You move into a house with a car debt and no money, and you put all your money down on the house. As soon as you do, something's going to break on the house. The roof's going to leak.
Yep.
Just Murphy's Law. Okay, but if you move into a house with no car debt and an emergency fund of 3 to 6 months of expenses and put your down payment down, and you got money in the bank, no debt when you move in, nothing will happen to this house. It'll be perfect. You'll love it. That's how life works, man.
What kind of car is it?
It's a late model Kia. It's a couple years old.
What could you get for it right now?
Probably more than I paid for it.
Probably more than 38.
I could probably get around 45, according to Kelly Blue Book.
Brother, sell it yesterday. Do you love this car? Has it wormed its way into your heart?
I do like it, but I don't know if I like it that much.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
I'd sell it.
What I just told you was the best way, the only way I would tell you to buy a house, and I do want you to buy a house, is when you have no debt and have an emergency fund plus your down payment. Okay?
Gotcha.
So the two ways to get there are quickly dump the car, buy a $7,000 car for cash. You have no debt, build your emergency fund, then build your down payment, and then buy you a house. That's going to happen very quick. You'll have a house by Christmas. Or pay this car off, keep it, build your emergency fund, build your down payment, and you'll have a house by the next Christmas.
Or the one after that.
Either one's okay. There's nothing dumb here because the car's not completely out of control given your income. It's getting close, but it's not completely out of control. If you want to know what out of control is, you don't own things with wheels and motors all totaled up to be equal more than half your annual income. And you're not there.
Fair enough.
Unless you got other things with wheels or motors that we don't know about.
No, sir.
But if this is the only one you got, it's below half your annual income. So it's keeper. It's okay. But you need to get it paid off before you buy a house. So,
or the stars have aligned and you can get rid of this thing. You can have $7,000. You can walk over to the lot and buy a beater. And
$7,000 is not a beater.
Right? A sustainable car.
Yeah.
And man, now you're talking, you're debt free. You got 20 grand in the bank. You are well on your way now.
You could buy George Camel's Honda for less than $7,000.
You could buy that for about $1.45. Have you seen that thing? He starts it with a rope out in the parking lot, Dave.
A rope.
It's ridiculous.
A rope.
I drive
to spin the propeller to get it to start.
I drive bad cars, and that car makes me go, come on, man.
George is truly not a car guy. I've been giving him a hard time on the air about his car. So, yeah, you can go either way, Adam. Personally, I like cars. I'm a car guy. But I like houses more because they go up in value. And until recently, cars have never gone up in value, and they won't long term, but recently they have been. So I personally would dump the stupid thing while the getting's good and get me a house and then move up in car with cash later after I get my house. But it's not a big deal either way. You're not in the dumb column either direction. Okay?
I compared that with what you and I have done before. You're nowhere near us, Adam.
Yeah, you got us, both of us beat. I mean, you're a lot smarter than we were. So, all right, Nathan's in Birmingham. Hey, Nathan, what's up?
Hey, Dave. Quick question for you about long-term disability. I just switched jobs, got a new job, and looking at purchasing it. Question is, do I go through my employer or do I go kind of the personal route and get my own long-term disability and keep it with me? If I were to switch jobs in the future, et cetera.
Yeah, you can get it most anywhere. I would get it through your employer just because you're going to find it to be it's probably 25%, probably 75% cheaper than in the open market. A group policy on long-term disability is it's one of the best buys out there. It's very inexpensive. I'll tell you how inexpensive it is. It's the only kind of insurance at Ramsey that I pay 100% of as the employer. We furnish it as a benefit. It just doesn't cost me much to give it to everybody. Nothing like health insurance, for sure. And so, we pay almost all the health insurance, but not all of it. We want everybody to have a little skin in the game on that. But this stuff just doesn't cost much. But if you go buy it as an individual policy, I bet you're going to find it's 4X.
Oh, okay.
It may be 3X, but I mean, somewhere in there, it's a lot more. So buy it through your employer. And here's the other thing. If you will buy it with after-tax dollars, after your check has gotten the taxes out of it, not before tax dollars, that's what I would do. Because then if you become disabled, your disability income is not taxable.
Ooh, that's a good one. I didn't know that.
If you buy it with pre-tax dollars, your disability income is taxable. And it's a big difference. Big difference.
I had no idea they would tax your
disability income
benefits. Yeah. Man, they will take it all.
They tax everything, man. Tax everything. So, but still, especially if you're in this cost issue will be better, especially if you're in some kind of an industry where you're not just driving if you're just driving a desk, that's it's just white collar. The category of work you do dictates the cost of long-term disability more than your age or health.
What about those little $12 a month to buy the three month?
Oh, that's awful.
Is it bad?
Awful. Okay. Yeah, stay away from that stuff. Yeah, that's just gimmick stuff. You need an emergency fund to cover that junk. So that's all you need. Cover that. Yeah, self-insure through that. It's the long-term disability that's the problem. This is the Ramsey Show. Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. In the lobby of Ramsey Solutions on the debt-free stage, Debbie, Austin, Kate, and Allison are with us. Hey, guys, how are you?
We're great, Dave.
Welcome. Where do you live?
We live in Northwest Indiana, just outside of Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, okay, cool. Welcome to Nashville.
Thank you.
And all the way here to do a debt-free scream.
Yes.
Very fun. How much did you pay off?
$168,000 in 12 years. But our journey actually started in 09, or actually, no, 07, when we paid off $40,000 in 2 years. And that was credit cards, student loans, all the stupid things that my husband and I did. So when you put the two together, that's our total.
Okay, all right. And yeah, okay, I got you. And your range of household income, I don't know, through the 12 years maybe?
Yes, we started at 100 and just doubled.
Okay, all right. What do you do for a living?
I work at a church. I'm a children's ministry director.
Very good. And what was the $168,000?
The mortgage.
Oh, that was Yay! Oh, look at she's rolling out the spreadsheet. What? Whoa! Covered the whole refrigerator.
Yes, it did.
Wow! I love it.
Wow. That is a spreadsheet of all spreadsheets.
So that's the 12 years of marking it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so 09, you guys run into us, I guess.
In 07, we ran into you,
Okay.
and then 2 years later, we
You were
paid off.
debt-free, but the house.
But the house.
And then 12 years more, the house is paid off.
Correct.
Very good. What's the house worth?
I believe the house is worth $350,000 now.
Cool. And how much do you have in investments?
Well, my husband recently passed away.
Oh, my.
5 months ago.
Oh, my. So that's the part of the story then. A big part of the
this
story.
is a big part of our story.
Okay. Well, tell me the whole thing. Let me back up. Yeah, I'll let you start and you tell the story.
Okay. So Ryan, my husband, loved to spend money. And so his mentality was just to charge it. And so when we found you in 07, he was a deacon at our church, and they asked him to find something to get us to help people in our church to do our finances. And he came across your program, and he listened to it in 2 days, and he came home and he said, "Honey, we're cutting up our credit cards and we're going to get out of debt."
And you're like, who are you and what have you done with my husband?
I was, because it was something that I always wanted, but just wasn't able to get both of us on board at the same time. So we went through it. He delivered pizzas. I watched 10 kids in my home. The kids picked up cans in the ditches. Like everything we paid towards that $40,000 went off to the $40,000. So then after that, we kind of slowed our lives down because we had 3 kids and we were really busy. And during that time, Ryan found the job that he was currently at, Milwaukee Valve. And so he was working more and had a goal in mind and wanted to get to that goal. And so we kind of slowed things down. And so then over the 12 years, we colored off our lines as much as we could. We did cash flow Christian education. My kids all went to Christian school. Austin will be graduating in May with a degree in business, and we cash flowed his his 4 years of college. Allison's in high school, and Kate is a freshman at Florida Gulf Coast University studying marine science.
Yay.
So with all of that, we cash flowed $300,000 in tuition. Wow. So
what happened? What kind of illness did he have?
He had a blood clot to the heart.
So no warning.
No, it was a complete and utter shock. He passed on September 22nd.
Oh my!
And
how old was he?
46.
Oh Lord!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
So my family and I would be in a completely different situation today had Dave Ramsey not crossed my husband's path 15 years ago, because I know that I would not be financially secure where I am today. I know I would be selling my home. I'd be getting a full-time job. Wow. And I don't, because he had everything in place, and I'm completely taken care of.
What a good man.
He was the best.
Oh my gosh.
So
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, God is good. He is providing for us. He has been amazing. I just can't speak enough about our Lord.
Yeah.
And
but the suddenness of this tragedy, that's what gets you.
Yes.
I mean, it always gets you, but the suddenness of this, and as young as he was, amazing. And he was a great dad and great husband to boot. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. His dream was to come here when we paid off the house, and so we're that picture I just saw in the corner over there, that is a truck I drove. It was a 2002 Yukon XL. And
she sees the truck. We see the husband. Look at that. There's the truck. For those of you watching on YouTube, you saw the photo.
The real heartache in that photo is that truck, right?
He always said, "Honey, that truck's going to make us rich one day."
Oh, that's a good line. Hey, just so you know, Debbie, he's here with you.
Yes.
He's here.
He is.
He's here with all of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah, and Austin's got the headset on, the second headset. So,
yes.
Austin, you were in college when all this is going on, right?
Yeah. So he was sick for about 2 weeks. And, I mean, me and him would talk on the phone every day for like 40 minutes every day. And for 2 weeks, he just wouldn't pick up his phone. And it was pretty hard. But then the day before he passed, he felt better. And we talked on the phone. And I was like starting to apply for jobs and stuff like that, and he just said he was proud, and then the next day he was gone.
He's gone.
Those are the 3 most important words a father can say to his son is, "I'm proud of you." I'm so glad you got to hear that, man. What a gift.
Yeah.
He said that to his kids a lot.
Oh gosh, what a great man! What a great man.
It looks to me like he had good reason to be proud.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You guys are studs. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Very cool. Well, paying off the house and all that stuff really doesn't matter in the light of all of this, except that it gives you a comfortable, safe place to grieve this extreme loss. I mean, God, if you had payments and stuff coming out your ears and everything else, it'd be a whole different world for you.
Yes.
And so it's a horrible thing that you guys have gone through, but the best possible way to go through a horrible thing, I guess is the only way I know how to say it.
And there's nothing cooler than, people say the words, I love you a lot, I'm proud of you a lot. And right now, y'all are living what love looks like, what love with feet and hands on it, right? Which is a plan that he worked at in the middle of the night. Probably y'all were sleeping to make sure that things were going to be okay.
Look at that spreadsheet. It's unbelievable.
Well, yeah, there's that one. But
it's unbelievable.
There's the insurances and the stuff. That just beautiful, man.
I love this guy.
That was in the office next to, he had it on the wall, get up, leave the cave, kill something, drag it home, with the mortgage principal right next to it.
I love this guy.
He was a huge Dave Ramsey fan. He would listen to
fan of his.
Your podcast every day.
Yeah.
It didn't matter where we were. It was always on.
What a legacy. Talk about change your family tree, man.
Wow.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Yes, he did.
Thank you guys for coming to share, and it's a painful thing for you to have to share. But what a wonderful way to honor the work your whole family has done, but certainly the leadership that he brought to your family on this subject is pretty incredible and sets you guys up to win. So thank you for sharing that. Oh, I think my allergies are acting up, John.
Yeah. There's dust in here, man. There's dust in here.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
Very well done. Well, we've got a copy of Baby Steps Millionaires for you. If you're not already, you will be. You've got the table set and the next chapter. It wasn't the way you wrote the book, wasn't the way you were going to write it, but the next chapter's here, and you guys are all set up to go on and move to what God's got for you next. Yeah. Pretty incredible. Count it down. Let's hear a great debt-free scream.
3, 2, 1. We're debt-free!
Wow. Unbelievable. Wow. Oh, man. Wow. This is The Ramsey Show. Our scripture of the day, Psalm 145:18. The Lord is near to all who call on him, to all who call on him in truth. Winston Churchill said, truth is incontrovertible. Panic may resent it, ignorance may deride it, malice may distort it, but there it is. I have never heard that quote from him.
I haven't either. I love it.
Fabulous quote.
I love it.
Fabulous quote. All right, we went out and
we got to take a minute after that.
Met with Debbie and the kids during the commercial break. Almost didn't make it back in because of the hugs and oh my gosh, what a poignant thing. Oh my gosh.
How often I've heard that question asked when somebody actually sets everything up to take care of their family. I hear that question with some regularity over the years. It's almost as if they knew.
Yeah. Well, we do know.
That's right. I love your answer.
So her in-laws asked her, because her husband had everything set up, the wills and everything was set up. So what happened? Her in-laws said, well, did he know he was going to pass?
Yeah.
And we're like, yeah, we all know we're going to pass.
Yes.
That's why we do this.
You can choose to love your family or not.
We get our act together. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Beautiful.
So,
what three incredible young men and women? Their kids.
Their kids are powerful.
Wow.
What a great legacy. All right, Alan is in Chicago. Hey, Alan, welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hey, Dave, how are you?
Better than I deserve. How can we help?
I got a career question for you. I'm a driver trainer for a small mom and pop owned trucking company. Make about $93,000 a year. I got an offer at a bigger, more corporate trucking company, and the new job would be about $6 more an hour, but they're not guaranteed overtime. And the job I'm at now, I'm guaranteed 20 to 25. So I'm working about.
Translate all of that into annual income. What are you going to make at the new place annually, and what did you make at the current place annually?
93 annually at the current place. The new place, they're not guaranteeing me overtime. There's some available.
I know. What do you think you'll make?
About 70.
Why would you go down?
Well, it'd be 15 hours less a week, so I'd have more home time, I guess.
How many hours are you working?
65 now.
Okay. Will mom and pop operation let you adjust down?
Could, yes, probably would. I like the income, though. That's the only thing. I'd like the income. I don't mind the baby step 7, no kids, anything of that nature. So the hours aren't really bothering me. I guess the
hours aren't bothering you. Make more money. Why would you take less hours and work less then?
Because I figured the bigger company, the corporate company, would have probably more future opportunities, I guess.
Well, they have to be a lot because you're taking a 30% pay cut.
And there's something about going from a small organization where you're kind of the big dog, you're a leader, to, man, you will be a expendable number at a big giant corporation.
Yeah, and that's I guess where I wanted your guys' advice on it at. I think that the new job obviously would have more an hour, but less hours. They weren't guaranteed the overtime there.
Yeah, but you're going to make less money. And you told me money was important to you, and hours didn't bother you.
True.
So why would you go make less money and work for a big company? No.
Yeah. If you were a burned out father with a couple of young kids and you were like, man, I'm working 90 hours a week, I miss my family, I got this other off ramp, well, then that's a different discussion. But
that wasn't what you described.
Yeah, I'd stay where you are, man.
Jennifer's in New York City. Hi, Jennifer. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hi, thank you.
What's up?
So I was calling for some advice. My mom's husband just passed a month ago, and they had nothing planned, no will, no advance directive. So my brother and I are trying to take this as a learning experience, and I did print out advance directive, and I'm planning on speaking to her about it. And I just want to see where I should, any advice where to go from here. She also is a hoarder, and I have my own family and my own, I'm very busy. So I'm just trying to navigate.
So what is your question?
Some help
what do you want? How can we help?
Just some advice of how to speak to her about this next chapter of her life, and what advice you'd have for speaking to her about what to do with all of her stuff, and basically, yeah. And
you mean in terms of what to do, in terms of her getting a will done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Trying to get her to put something on paper, something concrete, so we don't have another nightmare.
Yeah. Well, that's the way I would approach it. It's, Mom, it would be a gift to me and to my brother if you had a will, even if you leave it all to someone else. I don't need the money, but if you would just make it easier to deal with upon your death what you want done by having a will, it would be a gift to us. And if you want some help getting all that done, Jennifer, just go to mamabearlegalforms.com, mamabearlegalforms.com, and you can get a downloadable will very inexpensively, and you can help her for 30 minutes to an hour. She can get it all filled out, and she'd have a will. But then she has the right to, if you make it easy for her to do by coaching her, holding her hand, and getting her to sign it, not because she thinks you want her money or you want her dead or something weird like that, but just because you want to be able to make sure her wishes are fulfilled, and you're asking her to give you the gift of clarity and legal clarity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
It sounds like your mom has struggled with. Does she have mental health challenges? She's a hoarder. She's got stuff going on in her heart and mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
have some space in reality. Have some space in your heart that this conversation may not go well. That she may accuse you of all kind of things, get mad at you, and not want to think about her own death or letting go of her stuff. And know that that's stuff that she's struggling with. That's not on you. Okay, the responsible thing is to have this hard conversation with dignity and respect. But if it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. You know what I mean? And it's not worth going to war with a mom who's not well. But it is worth having that conversation.
You ask and you hold the subject lightly.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let your relationship with her hinge on whether she does this or not.
Okay.
And maybe tell her that hopefully you are, you and your home, y'all are getting your wills all taken care of, and your brother's getting his all taken care of. This is just, hey, the family learned a hard lesson with your husband passing, and we're going to make sure this doesn't happen. We've got it all set up, and we'd love to have this conversation with you.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And the big thing is this: it's very hard for any parent to take instruction, regardless of their age, from their children. Okay?
Yeah.
We call it the powdered butt syndrome. Once someone has powdered your butt, they don't want your opinion on sex or money. Okay, and so it's hard. It doesn't even though you might be an estate planning attorney.
Doesn't matter.
And she might have never graduated kindergarten, but it doesn't matter. She's still your mother, and she still thinks she knows better than you. That's just how parenting works.
Correct.
So this is not something you're going to go tell her you need to. That's not how you do this.
No.
Here's how you can love and help me.
Please give me the gift of that. Use the word gift. It would be a gift to me, just like if your husband had all this done, it would have been a gift to you and us. We wouldn't have been working through all this in the barrel of fish hooks right now. We would have instead been, we would have been just grieving his passing. Instead, we've got to work through all these legal challenges and ownership challenges because he didn't have this done. And so it's reminding me, I'm doing it for my family, brother's doing it for his family, and it would be a gift to us if you would do it to help us with you. And Mom, we don't want your money. It's not about wanting your money. You do whatever you want to do with your money. It's your money. Yeah. It's your money. We're not here to try to get your money. That's not the agenda or your stuff.
We want to honor your wishes the best we can.
Yeah, we want you to have your will upon your death told to us, and it's called a will. That's why they call it that. So it's absolutely vital. John Deloney, good show.
Thank you, sir.
Good show to the folks in the booth. Great work back there. I'm Dave Ramsey. We'll be back with you before you know it. In the meantime, remember, there's ultimately only one way to financial peace, and that's to walk daily with the Prince of Peace, Christ Jesus.
Hey, it's John Deloney, co-host of The Ramsey Show. Did you know over 18 million people listen to The Ramsey Show every week? A lot of those people listen on one of our 600-plus radio stations across the country. To find a station near you, go to RamseySolutions.com/show.